definitely thinking about it. Let's see. Let's see. I apparently need to go grocery shopping. Because I apparently have like no food. So, no breakfast today, but that's okay. Because I will be going to get some lunch today. So, I think I can survive for a couple hours. Okay. I'm working on updating my Google Calendar. It's gonna be annoying to show you because my thing is charging. But it's not much. Yeah. Calendar. So everything in blue are tasks. I'm sure a lot of these will be moved around, but this is kind of what I got going off of this syllabus. Anything in purple is when like classes start or end, or when certain units are due. Yellow is work. It looks orange, but it's actually red. Birthdays and daylight saving time, which is like a greenish color. Yeah, all holidays are in green. So I know daylight saving time really isn't like a holiday per se, but whatever. Yeah. Well, there will be a lot more yellows once I get my work schedule, which will be this week. But that's actually only like a couple things a day. I tried to spread out the like everything that I have for my classes. Try to do like a little bit each day, so it's not like overwhelming, especially since I'm going back to work. First glance at it, though, it's pretty just a little bit overwhelming. But like I said, I also am like really good at getting ahead, so I can move things around as I feel like I can get them done or whatever. I'll just move them to that day. So doing it on my computer is a lot easier as far as moving things around goes. But basing off the generalized schedule that they provide, which is kind of helpful for students who aren't used to going to college. It's kind of helpful to kind of give them an idea of like when they should be doing their stuff. But I can't start anything until Wednesday. That's when they unlock my class. So, which is like slightly annoying. Whatever. That's gonna move. So for certain things, like my assigned readings, I'll put like whatever chapters or whatever I have to read, and then I have to review a few lesson things. Apparently I forgot over here. There we go. Okay. So I'll put in with what I need to do, like as far as like those readings go. And then for the individual projects, it looks like a lot, but it's all kind of jumbled up in a small area. But they're like different things, really different things. They're like templates that I have to fill out on Google Word. Yep, we're just gonna go with it. On a Word. But I just basically just put down like watch the video walkthrough for each unit, because certain things may change. I won't know until I can actually get into it, but and then I just put a note in how to like open it and then save it to your computer, and then how I need to like rename it, and then I wrote down how to submit it as well, because that's just important information that I kind of need to know. But I'm only putting that on like one, like where it's like that individual project starts for the week. So on this week, I'll be editing it, but I'm just gonna put it on one because I don't want to have to type it out like a bunch of times. But, yep, gonna be very fun. But I'm trying to figure out a schedule so that way I can make sure I'm getting all my stuff done. First week was it hard, and it doesn't say when I log in to my new school website. I'm gonna click on the discussion board details, try to figure out like what I need for how many words are like required, like 200 words minimum was my last 3 classes. But it doesn't say on here. It just pretty much just says
So ask me why I'm all grins.
Why are you all grins?
Because he said good conversation, great food, awesome company. I blasted him, like to see you again. Like, people don't electively hang out with me, okay? I'm excited, you dick. Be excited for me. You know, I literally had to put back on the clothes I just took off just to come tell you.
I don't care. I really don't fucking care. I'm trying to do schoolwork. I love her to death, but like, fuck. Anything Google, like docs, sheets, and slides, as well as Google. They're all free. You can Google Calendar. It's all free. You just create a Google account, and there you go. You have access to everything. You can create different calendars, hence why there's a bunch of different colors on here. So this one is this calendar. The purple one is for school. Like I said, the yellow is for work, green is for holidays, and the red is for birthdays. But they're different calendars. So if I wanted to, I don't want that. you can click off the ones you don't want to see. So if I just wanted to see all my like school stuff, I can just click them off. Just stop doing that. Jeez. You can just see whatever. So if I'm trying to like focus on like one thing and try to figure things out, then I can do that. So like this is what February looked like. Again, very jam packed, but it's just mostly assignments. In January, I only had one class, so it's not as like most of these are just like a one thing per day. But yeah. And then this is my class ends the first week of I'm a Taurus baby. I was born in May. And my courses end the 5th. And then I have 2 new ones starting on the 6th. So it's just like the end of March and the very first few days. And the rest is very bland. And I just marked in like when classes start and end so that way I didn't have to like go back and redo them. And the only task I have is like prepare for that class the day before. I gotta go in and edit some of this, but so yeah. It starts off very bare and ends up looking a lot like this very quickly. So yeah. So I've just been looking through my schools. My school has like their app so I can access all my stuff. So it's kind of nice since I'm an online student. I can do all my work from my iPad, my computer, my phone. You name it, I can pretty much do it anywhere, which is kind of nice. So if I'm at work and I have my lunch break, and even if it's like half an hour, I can set my timer for like 20 minutes, and I can eat while I do some schoolwork if I want to, stuff like that. So yes, so I've just been going through and putting in a bunch of different tasks and information that's kind of important to know. Pillow needs to move. Yeah, I always try to keep myself relatively organized. I try. Doesn't always work, but I try. That's why since I'm starting work, I'm trying to figure out the like situation with my nephew because I can't have him. I only take him 2 days a week as it is right now, but I'll be at work during the week, so I can't really help out much unless it's the weekend. But I don't want to spend every weekend with the baby either because I need a life. I don't want to just go to work and do school and go to bed, Kind of want to venture out in the world a little bit. So we're trying to figure out a plan, but we will figure it out one day at a time. So yeah. My discussion board, I was talking about that. Yeah, normally it gives you like a minimum requirement of words, but this one doesn't. I just have to answer to what device I use for my classwork. So like desktop, computer, laptop, or mobile. I use laptop and mobile. Like my iPad, my Mac. And then what operating system does your device use? PC, Android, or Mac? And if I use Wi-Fi, which obviously, because I wouldn't be live right now if I didn't. So, I managed to get like halfway through inputting all the information for my individual projects. So I'm going to finish that because I only have a couple weeks to go. And then I already downloaded my book, so I might get ahead at least this week's readings, just so I don't have to do them and I can knock them off my list ahead of time. Because I don't really have a whole lot to do. I'm really just preparing for my class that starts on Wednesday, but I got most of it pretty down. I'm also kind of toying around with my Notion that I mentioned a couple lives ago. One, I always duplicate my templates that way I don't have to like re-input everything. So I did that, and then I just went back in and like updated all the information, like my professor's name and contact information and class name. The required read text, I've modified them a little bit. So required readings, I might have to update again, just because I have like readings from the textbook, but then I also have like other resources that I have to look up. I'm going to mark these classes as completed because they end tomorrow, and I already know I have an A, so here you go. And I'll mark the other one as in progress since that one starts on Wednesday anyway, so whatever. Let's see, task list. What do I need to do? I think I've just entered all of my, for like each week, like my discussion board, individual project, and telepath. And I've done that for all 5 units. But I only have one discussion board, which is for the first week. The rest of the weeks are just my individual projects and then telepath. Let's have a session to put down under my task list what classes are starting and ending. I can bookmark this in like a bunch of different locations because I forget everything. It's very easy, especially when you're taking care of a baby. So I like to put it in 16 different places. That way I can see it in multiple places and I don't end up forgetting. Because that used to be a struggle. Okay. And I put new class under my favorites. I've updated the syllabus for the most part. Any live meetings they have, then I'll put those in. Right now there's not any. Updated all of my assignments, reading. I've put in all of the information on Reese's, the late policies. Hey, stop eating the couch. No. Reese's. No. Children. Yes. I did. I emailed them my old professor, I say old because it's from like my first class, she never got back to me, which, I mean, I'm sure she's had at least 2 new classes start since then. So I'm sure she's gotten like a ton of emails, but she never ended up getting back to me, which is unfortunate, but it's okay. So I emailed my academic advisor, and she said she would be referenced. And then one of my teachers had already said that she would be a reference for me because she's sweet. And that was the teacher that actually got back to me. So, yeah, I've been keeping an eye out for emails. I got one yesterday, I think. See, I moved it to important because I get a shit ton of emails every day. They do like a general orientation, but because of all the COVID stuff, it's just saying that there won't be a general orientation. I'll just be reporting to wherever I'm supposed to be. So when I was there the last time filling out certain things and getting like my picture taken and all that stuff for my fancy badge, they said I'd be getting one email saying there's a general orientation, and they said just ignore it. But this, I guess they kind of just skipped over the first one and just sent the other one. So we shall see. And then all the other stuff that's attached to it is information that I already had. So, supplied to them, like all of my vehicle information for my parking pass and all that fancy jazz. So I'm excited. One more week today. When I get home, I'll be on, but I'm trying to figure that out too. A work schedule, like a YouTube schedule. But it'll probably take a couple weeks once I start working to kind of figure out a schedule that works best. I usually just hop on whatever anyway. Excuse me. I usually pop in and off whenever, but I'm trying to get myself back on a decent sleep schedule. Last night was not one of those nights, that's for dang sure, but when I went to bed, it was like 5 in the morning. But I had gone on a date with my boyfriend yesterday, which was super fun. And when we got home, I took like a 5-hour nap, so it was really hard for me to go back to sleep because I had already like napped for way too long. I mean, I'm not complaining I need the rest, but I can't stay up until 5 a.m. anymore if I have to be up at 7. So we'll figure it out. But once I get my work schedule, I don't know what time I'm in or out when I'll be out yet either. So once I get like my actual schedule, I'll be able to kind of like, okay, I get home at 4, say 5 o'clock, kind of get dinner situated, and then do some homework, and I'll probably hop on for a couple hours. But my goal is to be at least in bed at 10. And it doesn't usually take me very long to fall asleep either, so it's my goal. Fall asleep at 10. And then that way I get 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 9 hours of sleep. So we went bowling and it was super fun, except I got my butt whooped. First game I lost by more than triple the points because I don't know how. I feel like he was cheating or something was not right, but he got 4 strikes in a row. Yep, that happened. Not fair. Not okay. But it is what it is. I'm not salty about it at all. No, it was fun. I lost all 3 games, but it was fun. He's not very much a people person, so he doesn't, even grocery shopping is like a daunting task for him. He just doesn't like people at all, which I understand. So I don't push him too much on the date nights. We don't go out very often, but when we do, I appreciate it. So I even thought about getting like one of those like kid ramp things because when I was younger, I got like 6 strikes in a row. I remember this. I was like 8. I got like 6 strikes in a row by using like those little like ramp things to put the ball on it and then that it rolls down. I almost was tempted to pull out one of those because 4 strikes in a row on the first game. Crazy. But it's fine. Let's see, what else have I done on my lovely little technology thing? Let's see. Updated all of my unit overviews. This definitely makes my life a lot easier as far as not having like redo like I don't have to sit here and like recreate all the templates and everything. I just duplicate the page, rename everything, and then I'll just delete things if I need to and just update the information. It makes my life a lot easier, and I use the same templates for every class. So it's just like a copy and paste, and then I'll delete all the, like I'll rename certain things, and on like for my where I keep track of my grades, I'll just delete the grades that I have already inputted on like my previous class and just wait for the new ones to come out. So so I feel bad for my dog. Yeah, I noticed that too, but it's okay. I appreciate even one watcher, so this is how my dogs are sleeping. Miss Lucy, which is the black one, she's all comfy, and then you got this one that's like falling inside of the couch. Are you okay? You look a little, I don't know if you can tell, but like you look a little squished. You look like you're not very comfortable. She cracks me up. She's comfortable, and she's been laying there the whole time, but when she like lays her head like on the little black pillow thing, she just like looks like so like her back is like so arched and like it's funny. Whatever's comfortable, man. Whatever works for her. I'm not gonna fight about it. As long as she's comfortable. But Yeah, they tend to bear with me here. They always follow me around the house, so if I'm in the bedroom all day, they'll be in the bedroom all day. I don't like keeping them like in there for like really long periods of time. I try to like let them roam. They can roam around the house, but they like to always be next to me. But at least they're not on me. They're respecting my space. They know I will yell at them if they're trying to climb over me. Because they're wackos. Let's see. I can show you my Notion from my iPad if you want to see what my blank canvas looks like for a lot of things. Blank canvas as far as like my grades and my telepath. But let's see. Ocean. It's so nice that Apple like syncs everything, so I never have to worry about losing things. So like if one day I just bring my iPad to work with me or something, all of my stuff is saved. I don't have to, worry about things not saving. So it's not there for a minute. Pretty much, yeah. Okay, well, I'm trying to figure out how to like do this in a way that's like somewhat comfortable. Alright. No problem. Sometimes it takes my phone a couple days to like make it show up. Okay. So this is the home page. I don't know how well you can see it. I'm trying to like move my computer in a way where I can see. Trying to make sure everything's in there. So I updated all that. I updated like the professors. Little info page. Unit overview. No, that's not what I want. So I've updated everything for that. Assignments here. And it's really cool because you can change. This is types you have it set to select. You can have it select like multiples or whatever if you want, but for like my and telepath, where are these out of order? That's what I want to know. I'll fix it because sometimes it doesn't always put them in order on my iPad, and as it does on my computer, but it's fine. But so like the one that's highlighted, that one is a discussion board, so that's an assignment, and then I put the discussion board or individual project. I mean, obviously, I know it says individual project there, but it just kind of, if I wanted to create a calendar here, there we go. That's what I want. Different layouts, so bear with me. You can see where each week is work. It stops on that day and then it starts on a new week, but it will kind of gives you different layouts that you can leave things at, which is super helpful. So if I only want to see the lessons, so it's all my telepath lessons, I just want to see those, I can do that. Or I can change it to assignments, which is the one discussion board, because the rest of them are, I don't have any exams. This is usually where I'll put, like if I have challenge exams, which are obviously exams, but if I get a think it's a 60 or better, then I don't have to take that class. And there's 8 of them. I've already taken 2. I didn't pass them, but it's like over 200 questions. They're all multiple choice, but it's really hard because they also only give you a week to prepare. So when I had my first 2 challenge exams, there was 2 books alone on biology, and there was anatomy and physiology, and each book were over 1,000 pages each. That was like pretty close to 5,000 pages that I had to read in a week and somehow retain all the information. And yeah, so there was no way I was passing. But if it's just like one challenge exam, probably won't be an issue. But when you have like 2 or 3, which isn't entirely fair, but I understand that that's the way that it works, so whatever. And I have my assigned readings. This is kind of cool the way I set this up. So I did toggles. So for unit 1, I just click the little button, and it'll pop up their assigned readings for that class. So she can't leave me alone.
Okay. It's super cute. And I figured you'd love it for Dartmouth.
Cool, thanks.
Welcome. That's like a good summer shirt. And yeah, I was thinking of you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm gonna be going over to Ash's in a little bit because I gotta make some phone calls today anyway, and honestly she has to as well, so we're pretty good at keeping each other on track when we have shit to do, as long as we're both like doing it. We just can't sit in the same room together because then we try to kill each other, because like I'll talk louder than she does and then she'll talk louder than me, and so then we're like both yelling at the people we're on the fucking phone with. Dude, it's stupid. But yeah, and then we're gonna go down to the Newport Walmart, I guess. I don't know, but tomorrow I'm gonna be starting that painting stuff. I'm too fucking tired to do it today, honest to God, and Toby's not available anyway, even though I have a key to get in there. Yeah. And I left my hat at John's house last night, and so he sends me a message. He was like, "So, if you're looking for this guy," and he puts my hat
okay.
on.
What color is Subaru? You said he drives a Subaru
Green Forester.
Okay, then it wasn't him because I saw a Subaru Outback.
No, he doesn't even drive like a cool one.
No, I know, but like he looked. It was weird. He looked very similar to him from like the video that you sent me. So I was like, "Huh?"
He looks like a baby. He's not.
The guy held the door open for me. I was like, "Well, thank you." And I was like, I got excited. I was like, "Well, that's the guy." And I'm like,
he got the door for me.
Kudo points to you, but it wasn't.
No.
That's why I was like, "What color vehicle does he drive?" Because
No, he has to work at 2 today. So anyway, so if you're gonna pay for my Red Bull, or if you can, give me a couple bucks. I had $2.50 in on Max's nightstand that I'm gonna go grab at some point.
I had enough money for mine, but I didn't have enough money for yours. And the Max gave me money for yours, and I still forgot.
It's all right, no worries.
He like handed me money as you were on the phone, and I was like, "Thanks." And then my brain.
Oh, I'm gonna text Max and be like, "Thanks."
But my brain was like,
I'm not even gonna tell him I forgot him. I'm just gonna be like, "Thanks."
My brain just forgot.
It's all right. It's good. I just don't know how like DJ used to do that to me all the time. And it's like, but you walk past it.
Well, not entirely. I mean, I get mine with like a little cooler thing by the fucking.
There's a Red Bull thing right at the fucking counter. Okay.
I'm blind.
Touche.
I'm blind and dumb. It's fine.
I'm blind and dumb.
It's fine.
Anyway, like so like last night we were like talking, like we did a lot of talking, of course, because it's me. His message today said that he was like, "I really enjoyed talking to you," and like the fact that somebody else really understands. He was like, and I think it's so his baby, not his baby mom, sorry, he doesn't have any kids. His ex-girlfriend committed suicide. But she didn't commit suicide. She died of a drug overdose mixed with alcohol.
Sorry. Oh, it's my work.
Okay.
Give me a Connor's coffee. Alright, I'm getting my shit together so I can get in the shower, so I can go.
Okay. Back to what I was showing you. So yeah, this just makes it a little bit easier to like. It looks so like concise, and then I can still see like what is required. Let's see. But I'm thinking about as far as that goes. See, I'm thinking about putting like required readings, and then I'll put like another one for like well, it's not that one. No, that's not what I want. Then I'm thinking about making another one for like required like videos that I have to watch, or like other articles that are recommended to. They're not like required, but it's like recommended that you can read. So yes, we've been blabbing for way too long. So how long do you want to do? Another 40 minutes? Half an hour? I have a new message from my school. It's probably from one of my lovely instructor. New one or one that I've already had. One I've already had. Uh, Perfect. All right. So we have it set for 40 minutes, and I'm going to start it now. I would if she had money, but that's why I was supposed to get her Red Bull this morning because she didn't have any money. And my ding dong brain didn't remember. So, whoops. Um,
Hey, Abby. Hold on, wait. I'll come to you. Hold on.
White, gray, or black underneath this red thing? I have a black hoodie on and black boots.
White.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Okay, I gotta fucking wash my hair underneath the bathroom sink or in the bathroom tub. Fucking ready to go. Really went fucking short on time per usual. Ugh. Oh, fuck. Oh. No.
Abby, I'm gonna pick up makeup wipes at some point, like today or tomorrow. Can I borrow one more of yours? Because I have mascara chunk, like I just washed my face and it's still going in my eye. So, and I gotta go put on a light. Makeup.
Oh, yeah. Right. That's the stuff that he's gonna talk about. Alright, that's good. Alright, love you, bye. Yeah, sorry, I'm putting on makeup right now. The keyboard on my phone doesn't work. It's cool. I will let you know. Anyway, I just wanted to touch base with you. And tell you that the other thing we found him. I mean, he was paying for it. Probably about a week to 10 days. But if you could still possibly send that 200, that would be great. Because then I can use that to get through and then be able to get your ticket when I get paid from that too. Anyway, it's exactly recover regardless if there's some reason money to call for. But yeah, I thought I'd do and so hopefully you don't have to win. Protecting yourself. Again, it's all I guess depending on what you have and how much you get for use. But yeah, you need one, yeah. I don't Shit, step away.
I lost my pen. Oh yeah, everything's fine. I just can't find my phone. I was sitting here thinking about that too. I was like, oh, there it is. Yeah, we definitely overshot it, but that's okay. He's in the zone.
nothing makeup, but I need you. Not really, but like, fuck you. Abby, can I borrow your mascara for a minute? Mine's out almost. Like it's like out.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's just leaving crumbs in my eyeballs. And it hurts.
Thank you.
I'll be right back with it. Oh. fucking up my makeup. She's quite content with her makeup. You know, fucked up with half of them, guys. But ah! There we go. Okay. I'm good. Ready to go? Okay.
deodorant right on the armpit of my black shirt.
No, you're fine. I'm fine. We're just a little tired and in work mode here.
One, do I look okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, two, my makeup.
Yes.
Yes, good. Thank you. I was excited. I don't know if I'm going to see him before work, but I'll see him at his work. So, I give you this. Okay, then you've got red goals. I need to. I gotta call the pharmacy too and figure out how much my meds are. I just asked Nana because Nana said that she was gonna pay $200 towards a plane ticket. So I just sent Nana a message and was like, I'll cover that 200. I just, because right now Dad's only able to give me 60, which if I split that with you, Abby, is 30, and that's not nearly enough for my meds. So I just got to figure out how to fucking rework everything. But either way, I'll make sure you get some money today to get you through. Can't be guaranteed it's going to be a lot at all, but I'll try to make sure you have something. But right now I need Red Bull, so Red Bull first. Ow, fuck. Ow, ow. Alright. I gotta go find that. Ouch, that hurts my feet. Yeah, these are tight. Whatever. Fine. Walk in. Two. Oh, wait. I have 4 right here. So I need like 2. That's it. Perfection. Thank you. Wait, thank you, ma'am. I gotta go start my car. Is it cold out? No, so it's good to. I really should start it and let it warm up because like I've been driving it straight and it's been like fucking up. But alright, I'm gonna go start my car. It's a little chilly out there, but I cleaned out my car. So that. Yep. I'm gonna bring that trash out. All right. Oh shit! I gotta check my phone. Make sure I actually have a plan for what I'm doing. Oh, fucking in the car. Take that back and check my phone in the car. And then just charge the words, but whatever. Alright, I'll be back. Oh wait. Do we have Little Man tonight? I don't think so. I don't
think so.
What?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, okay. Nope, we don't have them on Monday, so.
I don't think we get him till Wednesday. That's what that schedule says, so. Every single one of my motherfucking lighters is in here. Ooh.
Thank you for moving to this minute. I keep falling into the sink. Falling into the beach.
I'm really beating now.
Oh, she drives me fucking insane. My brother called me. My brother trying to get me to give him a ride to his friend's house that lives like 2 hours away. Yeah. No. Nope. He's usually no good, so you know. Can I help you? Pretty much. He has a job, but he doesn't want to pay me gas money. I'm not gonna drive him 2 hours away for nothing there. So, but he apparently already spent his paycheck because he's a responsible 18-year-old who just got his first job. So he'll learn the hard way. At least he doesn't have any bills at the moment, but still. And I'm not doing too great in money-wise either. Since I've been out of work for a couple months. I mean, it's not like I haven't been applying to places or anything like that. They're just, everywhere's hiring, but no one wants to hire anybody. So, my bank account is now a negative. So, I'm working on getting that back up. Yeah, gas in the US right now is absolutely ridiculous. It's almost $4 a gallon right now. It's retarded. It's like $3, and I mean it varies on where you live and like where you go, but it's like anywhere between like $3.50 to $4 a gallon. It's retarded. And it's not gonna be going down anytime soon. So that's fun. But since I haven't been working, I haven't had any money coming in. My sister was making it so the state we live in was going to pay me to take care of my nephew on the days that we have him, just because we do have him pretty much all the time, since he's gone back to work, which isn't a problem. But when I'm having to buy stuff that he needs at times, a little money here and there wouldn't hurt, you know. Babies are expensive, and she does try to provide most of it, but, you know, if he's here for a couple days, we might end up running out of formula or whatever, so, but that hasn't come in yet, and it's been a few months, so she's trying to figure out why the heck it hasn't come through yet, but there is a process. I have to do my background check and all that stupid stuff, so they're gonna like backtrack and pay me for the last few weeks, which is nice, but right now my bank account isn't doing great. It's negative lots of money. So I'm stressing a little bit. I'm thinking about possibly going to the bank on my way to get lunch and seeing if I can talk to the bank about possibly temporarily suspending my account, just because once I finally get my paycheck, I start on the 7th, I don't get paid until the 18th, but because the first week that I'm there, I have to fill out like all of my bank account information, it could take an extra week, so it could be extra weeks before I get a paycheck, which is annoying, but that's just, they gotta process everything, whatever, but and I kind of need money, and I gotta pay my bills, which is why my bank account's negative. It's not like I'm not paying my bills, but because I don't have enough money in my account, they're just taking the money out even though there's nothing there. So now my bank account's negative. So I'm trying to figure out a way to come up with the money so that way I can keep that a bank account. I've had it since I was literally born, so I don't want to like cancel it or like get rid of it, but I definitely need to like temporarily suspend it at least, and then possibly open a bank account somewhere else. because I have some cash on me, yes, but it's not a lot. But I want to see if I can at least, that way I have a bank account where my paychecks are going into, so that way I do have some money that I can use in the meantime, you know. But I don't want my bank account keep going negative, so I'd rather them take it out of an account where I'll have paychecks coming in, and hopefully, but that just means I have to call or have my sister call the place that the paychecks for baby care is gonna be going through, and have them switch my account information over because I want to actually be able to use that money. But if they can't, I mean, at least it's money that's going into my bank account to make it less negative. But it's annoying. But I haven't, by no means am I irresponsible with my money, if that makes sense. Like, I make sure my bills are paid, but COVID hasn't made things easy. That's actually the reason why I left my job, was because they were letting people work with COVID. So I said, no, that's not a thing. I'm not going to work here. So, but like I said, I don't want to get rid of it. I've had them since, I've had a bank account there since I was born, but I was a waitress, so I was there all the time, bringing in all the money that I made and stuff. So they know I'm not usually letting my bank account get negative, but it actually didn't go negative until this month. They took out my phone bill, even though I turned off my auto pay and turned off, like, on my app, my bank app, I can turn off my card, so that way if it gets like lost or stolen, I can just turn it off. I'll still get a new one and have it, deactivated, but I can at least turn it off in the meantime, so that way nobody can steal my money. But I had my card turned off and I had my auto pay turned off, and somehow, some way, the bank account, it still took money out. And the only reason why I didn't dispute the charge was just because I knew what it was for. I mean, and then my car payment got taken out, and then my insurance got taken out when I also turned off my auto pay. So that was annoying, and I gotta call them because I don't want that to. I mean, if I temporarily deactivate the account, then they can't take out money out of it. But it's just annoying. It's just annoying. So just in 1 month, my bank account is like almost negative 800 right now, which is insane. So I'm trying to like not bug my family for a ton of money because they are also struggling. But my boyfriend's been helping me out some when he also gets paid bi-weekly, which since I don't get start on the 7th, I don't get paid until the 18th, I'll be getting paid bi-weekly too. So he gives me a couple $100 when he can, but he also has certain things that he has to pay and whatnot for bills here where we live. So it's annoying. I'm trying to figure it all out, but I don't want my account to keep going negative either. So, and my bank charges me every time a transaction comes out of my account. They charge me a $30 insufficient funds fee, and then there's another courtesy pay fee. So it's $60 every time something comes out of my bank account. But I filed my taxes, and I didn't get the stimulus check from March of last year. I got the first two, but not from March. So that should be eventually going into this particular bank account. So I got to talk to them, see if I can temporarily suspend it, but see if that can still go into my account when it comes through, or when that gets approved from the IRS and all that stuff to verify that I didn't get it. So at least it'll make my bank account not negative anymore. And then once that goes through, then I will reactivate the account. And then I do have a bank account with another bank. There's not a lot of money in it, but there is some in there, but I don't really like them. Just because their policies are kind of stupid. I mean, they still charge you if your card got lost or if your card gets stolen. I mean, yes, they'll give you, well, obviously, if your money's missing out of your account because of that, they'll reimburse you. They have to by law, but they still charge you a small fee to get a new card and all that stuff, which it's one thing if I lost it, but if my card got stolen, I shouldn't have to pay for anything. But that's the way they work. Plus, the bank that I have right now, if your card was lost or stolen, if it was lost, you still have to pay a charge, which makes sense if I lost it. But they can make a card like right there in the bank. The bank that I do have a bank account with, but I haven't used it since I was like, I don't know, 16, 17 years old. I have to wait like a whole month before I get a whole new card, which is so annoying. I have my ATM card, but I don't want to have to like go to the bank every time I have to go buy something just to take money out of my account. But I mean, since I do already have that active account, then I might as well just transfer everything to that account for the moment. But stressing, I'm trying not to stress about it too much because it won't be a permanent thing, but it's just annoying and it's irritating because my family obviously doesn't mind helping me out, but I lived with my grandparents for 10 years, so they're retired, so they only get so much money from Social Security. And my grandmother gets disability because she has diabetes, so they don't really have a lot of money to be able to help. My dad, he owns his own company, but most of his income comes from work, and he keeps it in his work business account. And he tries not to use it for like personal stuff, even though he wants to help me. He's like, I don't have the money in my personal account, and I don't really want to take money out of my business account. And then I'm like, I get it. It's annoying, but I get it. Kind of work is works. Life is life, I get it, but it's not like I wouldn't pay him back either, but it is what it is. And I'm still working on trying to figure out my No, her dad pretty much, I mean, she works. It's an annoying situation. She's gone back to work, but she works for a tax firm. So she's seasonal because obviously when tax season is over, she doesn't have a job. So her dad is pretty much paying for a lot of this stuff, which is great that he helps, but it's annoying just because we pay for stuff and most of the stuff that he needs her dad buys, which, I mean, it takes a village to raise children. So I'm not shaming her, but it's also kind of one of those things where like, you kind of need to take care of your own child at some point. And like I said, I don't say that to be like rude or like try to put her down as a bad mom, because she's not, but she's 40 or just turned 40. And she just had her first kid. So she's always been told her entire life that she wasn't able to have kids. So she never really had to worry about birth control or protection or anything like that, just because she wasn't ever really worried about it as far as getting pregnant goes. But then last year she found out she was pregnant with twins, and one of them didn't make it, which is unfortunate, but it's taken her a little bit longer to kind of get into the whole mom mode, which I understand to an extent. It is harder to have a baby and figure things out when you are a little bit older like that. 40's kind of up there to have a baby, but so I understand a lot of it. I'm the more understanding one out of my other sister. It's always a fight. It's always something. I just take everything with a grain of salt. I gotta step up and help out, and it's the best interest for the kids. So, I don't particularly like the situation either, but at the end of the day, like, what are you gonna do? You just suck it up and you help out. So now I'm just trying to talk to her and figuring out a routine as far as when we have him and when we don't, because like I said, I'll be at work during the week, and my sister's got, the one I live with, she's got some health stuff going on. Yeah. She's got some health stuff going on. That's why she was like talking about her medications and stuff. And so it's been kind of hard, and there's been a lot of days through her treatments and stuff that she's been doing where, I mean, she doesn't know when it's going to happen, but she ends up sleeping all day because she's just, her medications do that. And it is pretty frequently, and it is annoying when it's like I have things I need to do or whatever and that kind of thing, but it is what it is, I'm like, you can't help it. It's not your fault that you're sick, But my only concern is if we have him during the week, I'm not going to be here because I'll be at work and I can't just leave work, I'm working at a hospital. So I kind of just told them, I was like, you guys have to figure out something during the week because either way, I'm not going to have any part of it. I'm not going to be here, So I'm like, that's more of a, you guys have to figure that out. But I didn't mind taking him like Friday night and then bringing him back Saturday morning, just to kind of give her a little bit of a break on the weekends. But the last few months especially, we've had him at least 3 nights a week, sometimes more, and then like 4 or 5 days during the week when she goes to work during the day. So it's been a lot that we've had him. So I'm kind of like, I'm turning 22 this year. I don't have kids, and it's a lot for me. I mean, I love my nephew, but I didn't have a kid, so like my instincts don't really kick in the way they would if I had an actual child of my own, I mean, I obviously still make sure he's taken care of, but I don't have the same like motive behind it as my sister that I live with. She's had 2 kids, and then her, like, you guys have the mothering instinct in you. I don't have that yet because I don't have my own children. I'm not ready for my own children. I've learned that this whole experience. I want kids one day, but I'm not ready for one right now. I gotta figure out my life and get my life in a good, stable spot. Same thing with my boyfriend. He wants kids one day, but he's kind of the same boat. He wants to focus on himself right now to get his life back on track and whatnot. So we're just not ready for kids. So when we're taking care of a child / raising a child that's not ours, it's a lot for us. I call her a lot, crying, because I don't know. I do everything that I can to make sure his needs are met, and sometimes it just doesn't work. Kids are like that sometimes. You can do everything underneath the sun. If they just want to be cranky and they're going to cry, they're going to do it. But there's been like 8 or 9 times where I've literally called her bawling on the phone because I'm just overwhelmed. I don't know what to do, and it's time for you to get your kid because I shouldn't be underneath this much stress. And that, at least those happened like before I had school on top of everything else. But even when I was working at the restaurant, I was like, I mean, the whole world is short staffed, but we were especially, so I was doing the jobs of not just mine, but the jobs of like 6 other people at times when everybody called out and I'd be the only one there. I'm trying to do everything. So I was working like 60, 80 hours weeks, which is a lot. And I shouldn't have even been working that, but there's more money in my pocket and I didn't have school or I didn't have really any other things going on in my life. So I was able to do that. But when my nephew was born, I was working 80 hours a week and still making time somehow, some way to help out with the baby. So I feel like I'm a little bit of entitled to some break time. I don't know. That's just me, though. But like I said, by no means am I trying to complain in the way that it may seem like it's coming out. But I love my nephew. I'll do whatever I need to make sure that he's okay and safe and healthy. But it's a lot. But we'll make do. But I'm just trying to drive it home that like now that I'm going back to work, I also have school. And thankfully, I'm only having one class this time while I'm starting work. So at least that makes me not as stressed. I mean, it's still kind of stressful now that I'm going back to work and having to figure out school, but that's not really an issue. It's just going to take a couple weeks to kind of figure out a schedule and a routine that works, But, yeah. I still need to make sure that, like, I have time to do my school stuff and get everything done and turned in when I need to. Since I haven't been working, I've been able to spend a little more time than I will be doing homework and stuff, which is good. But my goal for this class is still to get a week ahead in my IntelliPath lessons because those are usually the longer portions of the class or like the unit. But that is not a guarantee that I will be able to since I'll be working. But I can't spend 5-6 hours a day spread out, but I don't get to spend 5-6 hours a day just doing homework. I'll be at work for most of it. So, well, thank you. I appreciate the support. It's definitely not easy right now, and like I said, she's older, so I understand the concept of it's harder for her, and I get that. But she's got her dad helping her. We have him. I won't go as far as like 90%, but like 75% of the week we do have him with, depending on what her work schedule is. She's working 5 days in a row. We have him 5 days in a row, So it gets a little stressful, and my sister tends to be up most of the night anyway because she has like manic depression or has like manic depression, and like she's got like a bunch of health stuff and ADD and ADHD and all the things. So she's already kind of not on a normal sleep schedule anyway, just because of that. And then her meds and everything. So she usually takes the night shift, but I also have to, I haven't been working, but I still get up in the morning and give my boyfriend a ride to work in the morning. So he doesn't have to like take the bus and get up at like stupid o'clock in the morning. But I've also done that because if I do work at the hospital, I know I'm going to be working day shift and I'm going to have to be up with him. So there was like a thought process behind that. But since I do have to get up really early in the morning at like 7, some days 6:30, she takes the night shift and then I'll take the day shift. But that also gets a little annoying at times too because when you think about it, she only has him during the night. So she only has him for maybe, depending on when he goes to bed or whatever, or when we like switch roles, but like usually we have dinner at like anywhere between like 6 and like 9 p.m., which I don't really like the late dinners, but it is what it is. We just kind of make dinner whenever we're able to, but so even if she doesn't take over until 9, I take over at like 8:30 when I get back from bringing my boyfriend to work. So from like 8:30 in the morning until 9 o'clock at night, I have him, and she only has him for that small period of time. So I get tired out really quickly, especially since I don't have experience having children, but it can be a lot. But I'm working through it, and my sister's been trying to help me out with kind of not trying to make it so I have to take them all the time. And my mom's back in town. She moved back in town, which is really helpful for all of us because she could use the extra help in her house. She's got pets that she's got to take care of. Her other roommate has 2 kids of his own that he doesn't take care of because he's a whole nother situation. But so my mom's been helping out with the baby and his kids, which is awesome. But my mom's also 52, so she's not by any means in the means of being able to take care of children, full time. So, but she has been helping and getting up in the middle of the night at times and all that stuff. So it's been helpful, but I'm trying to make it so my mom doesn't have to be down there she lives with her, so she's always there with the baby anyway, whether she's at work or not. But if she's not taking care of the baby, she's like cleaning and doing dishes and trying to keep up with the house stuff so that my sister doesn't have to like stress about like everything, and she helps with her pets and stuff. So my mom's been a really big help, but it's not, like I said, it's not my mom's responsibility to take care of children that are not hers either. So the same thing goes for us. It's not our responsibility either, but we all pitch in and help. So that's what my hope is since I'm going back to work, between my mom and my sister, and then my sister that had the baby, they can all kind of figure something out because she has 3 days off out of the week off now. So that should hopefully make it so that way we only have him one day during the week. But my sister just doesn't want to take him during the week because if it happens to be, she has the baby overnight and then I won't be here to take day shifts since I'll have to go to work. She's just worried that she doesn't like feel anything like when it's like a day that she sleeps all day. It just hits her. There's no like warnings. There's no like I don't feel well the night before. Like it just happens. So her concern is like, I don't want to have the baby here and then like have a situation like that happen where she doesn't even wake up to like the adults trying to wake her up, let alone a baby. She just doesn't want him to like be in a situation where like he'll end up being neglected and then something bad happens because she doesn't want to like, and that's understandable. She doesn't want that kind of guilt and responsibility to where like if something like that were to happen, and she knows it's not her fault when those things do happen when she sleeps all day, but she just doesn't want to put him in an unsafe environment. And I'm like, totally understandable. So we're just trying to figure out a system. But I just don't want to be the primary person taking care of him because that's the other partial reason why my bank account's negative. It's not just because of bills. I mean, that's the main reason since my bills are obviously, I mean, a can of formula is still like $40 here in the US, but compared to like my $263 car payment, that's nothing, But stuff like that, like all my bills, and especially when all my bills, some of my bills are due within like days of each other. So it's like $200, and then it's like $200, and then it's another $200 that are all coming out within like days of each other. But then when I'm having to buy baby formula and food and clothes, because he's humongous. He's in like 18-month clothes right now, and he'll be 7 months old on the 2nd of this month of March, which is insane. But he's just a big baby, and there's nothing wrong with that. But we're going through clothes like no tomorrow. It's insane, but like that's not his fault that he's growing so big. But baby clothes aren't expensive if you're only buying like a couple outfits, but if you're having to go out and buying like a whole new wardrobe for him, that could be like easily $100 right there, plus diapers and wipes and formula and all that other stuff. And like I said, she tries to help us out when she can, but she's also got her own, and she just got a new car for Christmas, which was her Christmas present to herself. She saved up for a really long time, so, and her old car wasn't really, I mean, it was working, but it wasn't really, it had a lot of issues, and it always had a lot of issues. So when she got it fixed, another issue popped up. So it just got to the point where it really wasn't a safe vehicle for my nephew to be in. So she decided that since she had money saved up to get a new vehicle, that she was going to. So that at least makes me feel good that she was at least able to get something that she really wanted, that she saved up for a really long time as a present to herself, but it also benefits my nephew because he's not going to be in a car that's literally going to blow up, you know. But she's got rent and all that other stuff to pay for, so she's trying to figure out her way of doing things and getting her stuff, you know, figured out. But, and I understand that she wasn't entirely planning on having a baby, but she was, but like I said, she was pregnant with twins when she first found out. She ended up losing the second one when she was about 6 months along. Something happened, and he or she, I say he or she because, I mean, yes, they would have been twins, but we didn't know if it was fraternal or paternal or mixed or, you know, whatever. So, but to imagine like she was supposed to have 2 kids and like we're already having to do this much work for the just one, it would have been hard to picture her with twins, you know, trying to figure everything out. But so, yeah, I do. And like I said, it's one of those situations where like I try, as annoying as certain situations or certain circumstances are, like I said, I don't always agree to everything, but that goes on or happens, or, you know, I have my own personal opinions, but like I was raised by my grandparents for most of my life. So like the way I was raised and was taught things and like the morals that I was taught and stuff may be different than the way her parents taught her how to, you know, be good at life or whatever, you know? Like I kind of grew up more oh, I don't even know how to word it, but not like old fashioned by any means, but I mean, there was definitely some more old fashioned qualities in there, but you know, but I mean, I've helped take care of my brother when he was growing up since his mom really wasn't around for most of his life. She's been more around the last like probably 6 or 7 years, and he's 18, so there you go. But like I helped with him just because, you know, I'm his big sister. I always got my brother's back. Unless he's trying to get me to drive him 2 hours away without giving me gas money. But no, seriously, like, you know, there was them, and then my sister I lived with, she had her kids. I mean, granted, I was 12. I was 11 when the first nephew was born, but you know, there really wasn't a whole lot I could do at that age. I mean, when I visited, I would help out, but I couldn't drive. I didn't have money. I didn't really, you know, I couldn't really do the things I can do now. But, yeah. So, you know, I try to keep my personal feelings out of it and more think of what's in the best interest for my nephew. Because at the end of the day, no matter who's fighting with who or screaming at who or whatever, at the end of the day, he's the one that matters and he's the one that's affected by everything. So, and screaming and yelling at each other isn't going to fix anything. If anything, that's just going to make stuff worse. So, I don't scream, I don't yell. I'll put my foot down and like get stern, but like yelling isn't going to fix anything. Screaming at each other isn't going to fix anything. And sometimes people just need a reality check, but like be an adult about it. Sit down and talk about it and be like, hey, this is what's going on. And I gave them the heads up probably even 2 weeks before I even had my first interview. Of course, at the time, I didn't really know how it was going to go, but I gave everybody the heads up that like, hey, this is what's going on in my life. I'm going back to work, or hopefully going back to work. So kind of get your brains working is figuring out whether he's going to go to daycare or finding a friend to babysit while you go to work, or, my mom can watch my day and then my sister can take him another day, or, you guys got to kind of figure it out because, we didn't know how it was going to go. But then I ended up getting the job. So now I'm like, hey, you guys really need to figure this out because I'm not really getting involved as far as during the week goes. I was like, I'll take him Friday night. I'll be here because, I have weekends off. So I'm like, I won't have to work Saturday and I'll drop him off in the morning, and that way I can still spend the rest of my Saturday doing whatever I need to do. And then I have Sunday off. I was like, I'm not taking him Saturday night or Sunday night because, I want a life. But as far as during the week goes, but I also don't know what my work schedule is. So I told her that once I got my work schedule and kind of figured out when I was going to be in, I was like, it's not that we can't take him during the week, but that means I'll be dropping him off at like stupid o'clock in the morning. And it's really not, but like when you think about it, like that means my sister would have to be up at like 6:30 at least to get the baby fed, changed, all that stuff, get all this stuff ready to go. My boyfriend and I usually wake up around 6:37. I have to get ready. My boyfriend has to get ready. Then I have to lug all of his stuff into the car and then drop off the baby. And my boyfriend has to work at 8. So it's cutting it kind of close when we don't usually leave the house until like 7:45-ish. That means we'll have to leave at least at 7:30. And it's never an easy process just dropping off a baby. It's usually like unpacking his bottles if there were any that I made that morning, or, whatever the case may be. I'm like, I gotta kind of figure this out because, or not even really me, but it's like, it's not that I can't drop him off in the morning, but if I have to work at like 8:30, 9 o'clock, I'm not going to be able to drop off a baby because, I have to get myself ready for work and, make sure my boyfriend gets to work on time. And it's not always easy, picking up a baby and dropping a baby off. There's usually half an hour in between drop-offs and pickups, getting everything situated. But that's also not really fair for my sister to have to get up at 6:30 in the morning and then get him ready all by himself so that way I can get ready either. So, I've thought about it. The only problem is my sister made some not good. The sister I live with, she made some not so good life choices growing up, and she ended up getting her kids taken away from DCF. And because she had a prior case with him, I can't. It's not that I can't adopt him, but he can't come and live here. We can provide, they call it respite, so it's like temporary care, but I've thought about it. I also don't want to do that to my sister, but if it gets to the point where we're going on 7 months and I love my sister to bits and pieces, and I don't mean this disrespectfully, but we've been more mom than she has, more than half of the time. And I get it, it's hard. Baby father isn't in the picture, so I understand where she's coming from as far as, being a single mom is not easy. My mom was a single mom. She also made some not so good choices in her parenting style, but parents make mistakes, and I know that. And it's like I said, that's why I try not to get overworked by things, because at the end of the day, there's only so much you can do, especially when you're a single mom trying to go back to work and trying to figure out finances. And then you got a roommate who also doesn't take care of his children. So half the time when you aren't working, you're not only trying to take care of a baby, but you're also taking care of a 7-year-old and a 4-year-old who don't like to listen. So I understand that it's a lot, but I also kind of have the mindset where, if you're not able to take care of children, probably shouldn't have children. Like I said, I'm not dissing my nephew in any way. I'm glad that he's here, but she could have chosen a different way if she wasn't ready. I've always been raised in the aspect of don't have kids until you're ready. and not even just ready like physically or mentally, like financially. Make sure you have a stable place to live, like your job as a parent is to provide the best care for your child. So if you're not able to provide that, it's not the right time to have a child, But she wasn't sure if she was ever going to be able to get a chance of having a baby ever again. So I understand why she decided to make the choice that she did, but well, they don't even watch my videos, so it's okay. But yeah, I can delete it. But yeah, like I said, I'm not dissing my nephew, and I'm really glad he's here. My other two nephews are 10 and 11, so it's been a hot minute since I've done some baby stages, but I mean, back then though, I still really wasn't like in the same boat. I was 12, so there was really only so much I could do then, but like, yeah, I still helped, and if I heard him in the middle of the night, then I would get up with them, but like, I wasn't partaking mom role, I was the aunt, but at a certain point, even then, I had to become mom role in a way, because my sister made some not so good choices, and like I said, I don't diss her for that. People make mistakes and don't make some smart choices, and those choices have consequences. Hers just unfortunately ended up losing kids. And, it sucks, but now they're adopted and they all live in Arizona. Yeah, Arizona. So, and they go to like private, they're like private but kind of public schools. It's weird how they do some schools down there, but they're doing really well. My youngest nephew was born with a health condition. Yeah, I'm the middle one. I'm the middle one. Usually the middle one is sane. Actually, no. Well, my family tree is really, really, really messed up. So my brother and I have the same dad, so he's my half brother. From my dad. My sister that I live with, she and I have the same mom. So I guess I'm like the middle child compared to like my blood related siblings. My sister's 29, my brother's just turned 18 in January, and I'll be 22. So I'm the middle child as far as that goes out of the related half siblings. My sister, who's the one that I have her baby a lot, she's my sister's sister. So I'm not technically related to her by blood. We were related at one point through marriage, but they got divorced. But I grew up with her. She's known me since I was born. She's always been there for me. So therefore, I classify her as my sister. So my nephew isn't really my nephew, but there you go, But whether we're blood related or not, that doesn't matter. She's been there for me since the day I was born. Even when she lived in a few different states and moved around a lot. So she wasn't there as much then, but there's only so much you can do when you live halfway across the country, But she still called, she still emailed, she still sent me presents for my birthday or Christmas or whatever. So, she's always been there. So that's why I feel like, I don't owe her anything by any means, but, she didn't have a lot of support during her pregnancy and whatnot either. So I'm trying to show her that like she does have people there for her, but there's also only so much that you can handle, and I kind of get to my wits' end at times. So, yeah, like I said, sometimes the circumstances aren't the best, but I have a bunch of friends that I call my sisters. Even they're not my sisters, but when you grow up with somebody from the age of like 4 to like we're going on 22, and She's a year younger than me. So I was 4, she was 3. We've known each other pretty much our entire lives, you know? So, and she's always been there for me through my nephews being taken away from state, and she's been helping me with my nephew, and she's been really awesome. She even, you know, days that we make plans to hang out and then I end up having a baby, she's like, bring him over here. She helps me out. I'm like, thank you. That doesn't make family, no. I don't. Biologically, it makes family, but it's really about who's there for you and supports you and wants you to do well in life, and, you know. But whether I was related to her or not, it's still my not responsibility, but like at the end of the day, whether even if it was like a foster child, say if I was fostering a child, like I want to be able to provide a better care for a child that they're not used to, or if that person isn't entirely able to provide them with that care to begin with, just because they're not used to it, or in my sister's case, she's a little bit older, so it's harder for her to process everything as far as being a mom goes at 40, you know. I step up, I help out, I do what I can because it's in the best interest for the child. You know, at the end of the day, whether we're mad at each other or people are mad at whoever, like I said, he's the one that suffers the most out of everything. So whatever I can do to, it's like a negative environment, like her mom and my sister fighting or my sisters are fighting, I just take the baby out of the situation. I'm like, I'm going to go visit my grandparents for a couple hours with the baby. That way he's not surrounded by that negative energy, you know, because he's just going to feed off of it, and that's just going to make him upset, you know. So yes, I do. He's probably the only one that's made me sane throughout this whole thing. No, I am religious, and, you know, I just hope everything works out. And my sisters are not. Well, the one I live with is, but the one that had the baby is not really religious, so I keep more of that stuff to myself. But she still respects me for whatever I believe in, and, you know, she always knows that I mean well, and instead of fighting and arguing, I just take her kid for a couple hours, and I just am like, I'm going to go see my grandparents, and you are going to figure out your life and stop arguing and stop being upset. And, you know, and postpartum definitely did not help her understanding of everything either. So I try. I not necessarily try to be an angel by any means, but I've been the one that's kind of tried to keep the peace with everybody. I don't know if that has something to do with me being raised by my grandparents. They were raised in a generation where you don't scream at each other. You mean you might beat your kids with a ruler? Back in their days, my grandparents were born in the 1940s, so like that was a thing back then. But no, seriously, I think it's more of a, like, the way they just raised me, just be kind to everybody. No matter if I don't care if I'm mad at you or if we have issues. I put personal issues aside. If you are, you know, grudges aren't going to be a good thing for anybody. I mean, I have a lot of people that have done me wrong in a lot of different ways in my life, but I've forgiven them. I've moved on from them. It's not worth wasting my energy on negative people, and I just simply wish them the best and remove them from my life. That's no point in focusing on the negative, and sometimes it can be really hard. But my nephew brings a lot of joy to my grandparents' lives. I mean, they're in their 70s now, so they're up there in age, and, you know, I know they don't have forever here, so whatever I can do to give them some sense of joy and they understand that they're not really his grandparents because I'm not even related to my sister in the sense of blood, so they're not really grandparents, but they view him as one of their grandkids because, you know, like, babies always bring joy to everybody's lives, but, you know, they understand that I consider her my sister, even though they don't entirely understand why I, you know, view her as my sister in a way, but they understand, you know, my wishes and but I said I'm more of the one that tries to keep the peace. I don't yell very often. Like, you will have to really, really, really make me super freaking mad in order for me to like scream and holler at you. I'm not like that. I rather, like, if there's an issue, let's sit down, let's talk about it, let's be adults, let's squash it, see if we can come up with a resolution for it, you know, like, I don't believe in yelling, especially when it comes to like my sister's roommate. He likes to yell at his children, and I'm like, yelling at them is not going to fix anything. You can be stern with them. Kids are going to have to learn from their parents when like they're doing stuff that they shouldn't be, but screaming at them isn't going to make them make them listen any better. If anything, they're going to rebel against you. So if you just talk to them in a calm but stern voice, usually they'll listen to you. You know, they like to yank and pull on my nephew's arms, and it drives me insane, and I just tell them to knock it off a few times in like a normal voice, and if they don't, then I get a little bit more stern with them, and then they eventually F off and go do their own thing and leave the baby alone. But I don't believe in yelling at your children. I don't believe in hitting your child and for any form of punishment, but some people do, and that's okay. You're entitled to parent your children the way you want to. But like, I'm not going to sit here and judge you for it. Everybody has their own way of doing things. It's just not my personal way of doing things. End of story, you know? Like, I do my best to keep peace. That's my job. I am the calm aunt that tries to keep peace with everybody because my family, since it goes in so many different directions, not everybody gets along with anybody. So, like, my mom and my dad don't entirely get along with each other, but they have gotten better since I've gotten older. But, you know, they don't particularly like each other. They don't particularly get along. So that can be challenging at times when, like, my mom comes to visit. I've brought her over a couple times with the baby and whatnot, but, you know, she doesn't get to see my grandparents very often since she just moved back down here, but she doesn't have a car because when she moved up to where she was living, her car like died and just didn't have the money to get a new one. So, but they're civil with each other, mainly because I keep the peace. My dad starts picking on my mom, and I yell at him. Not really yell, but, you know, I'll tell him to cut it out. And then same thing with my mom. She sometimes picks on my dad, and vice versa. I give it right back to him. Be adults. Put your personal issues aside. Your child's here. But it's like, my main point is the baby's here. He already goes through enough, not torment, but, you know, there's always a lot of people around in his house, and it's not a bad thing, but, you know, there's always people around, so he's always overstimulated. And then mom is very loud, and my sister is very loud, as you can clearly tell, and doesn't know enough to leave you alone when you're in the middle of doing stuff. Which I love her, but I don't care about what your makeup looks like. But I get it, you know, I'm still a supportive person. But I mean, like I said, I'm not ready for a child. That's for dang sure. I don't mind. A lot of my friends even have kids, and I'll come over and babysit so they can go grocery shopping or whatever. But I get to give it back. It's not my kid. I'll babysit, but it's coming back to you. No, I enjoy spending time with my nephew. I do. It's just when it's all the time when I'm not used to it. But then it's like, I'm trying to get my schoolwork done in the meantime, and very rarely has he slept. Usually I'm on live at like 3 o'clock in the morning because it's the only time I really have to do homework when he's here, is when he's like going to bed. But if he's napping, he only naps for maybe half an hour if I'm lucky, most times. So just trying to like get my school stuff done. And then this time around for my college classes, I had 2 classes going at once. This time I only have 1, so that makes it a little bit easier as far as kind of figuring out a way to balance school and work, because I only have 1 class to kind of work around. Next term, I guess, I have 2, but once I kind of establish a routine now, most of my classes are like, usually it's like the same, like this class, like both of my discussion boards were needed to be posted on the same day. Same thing with my, like replies to my peers and stuff. Like those were due on the same day. Same thing with my you did your IntelliPath as you could, but so they didn't have like, it wasn't like a certain lesson or a certain module had to be done by a certain day, as long as everything was done by that Tuesday when that unit was due. But like the discussion boards, those I had 2 of them, but they at least were both due on the same day, so I could kind of figure out a way to make sure that those got done on those days. But now that I'm working, and like this class, I have a couple new things that are new to me, as far as like I haven't had an individual project before, so that's a little something to get used to. I don't expect it to be all that complicated, considering in the breakdown checklist or weekly schedule that they give you that they recommend you follow, if I don't have to start it until like that Saturday, then I'm going to assume, and the class ends on Tuesday, I'm going to assume it's not that hard and it's not that complicated. But like that also doesn't necessarily mean that's going to be true either. So got to figure out a give or take, And then like next term I have 2 classes instead of just 1, so I'll be able to kind of figure it out as I figure what the assignments are. But right now I'm just kind of focusing on me and trying to get my life back on track and trying to make sure my grades stay good. And right now I have my unit 5 won't be graded until Wednesday, but I know I have an A in my classes right now, and I don't expect those to really change much. If anything, it'll go down to a B. So since I've already gotten a few messages from at least one teacher, the other one still doesn't talk to people, but at least the one has, said like great job and that kind of thing. So I have high hopes, but anything could change. So I'm not tooting my own horn, but I got an A in my first class, and I will be getting an A or a B in my 2 classes now. So free time, I like coloring. I use Procreate on my iPad. It's a paid app. There's a bunch of other ones out there for other devices. I don't know the names of them because I don't have any other devices other than an iPad. But yeah, I have like a bunch of different like coloring apps on my phone. So when I color them, I like to save the images if I really like them, and then I'll like outline and draw them out myself to see how well I can illustrate things. So once everything's colored in, I'll go in and add like more detail, because I literally just traced the picture on this. That's it. But I've been like experimenting with some like mandala type things, and I also like bullet journaling. So I was experimenting on my iPad of like kind of working around certain things, but these were templates that I found online, but a lot of the detail I did myself. So like the tracings were from the picture that I found, but and I thought about coloring it, but I kind of like the black and white, and then these were also templates that I traced over and then kind of not illustrated, but kind of added my own little design on them. But yeah, like that was the picture that I traced over to get the main part of it. And then I kind of went back in and added my own little thing. I'm hoping to start this one soon. It's a picture that I imported, and I'll trace it and go back in. But I've also been working on some like different fonts and stuff, and then I just colored them in because I want it to look pretty. Let's see. This one I took the picture off after I drew everything and colored everything in. But this one's another one, fun one that I'll be tracing and just kind of experimenting with different flowers. But this one I started coloring in. I don't know what VYN means, but this was another bullet journal spread that I was kind of experimenting with. Another one that I traced over. So yeah, this one was another one. It was like a cover page for March, but I have a bunch of different like month fonts that I can just erase and put inside of it. My sister's from Alabama, so I went on Google and found a picture of Alabama with the shape of the state, and then I actually hand wrote the calligraphy on that. Proud of myself that it actually looks somewhat decent. And I printed it out on a shirt and kind of gave it to her because she's not from Alabama, but she lived in Alabama for like 10 years or something. So she's really into all things Alabama. But this was one of the worksheets for the calligraphy and stuff. There's like different fonts on how to write January and stuff. I've been trying to work on my calligraphy, but it's not. So I'm working on it. I've thought about kind of going back in and retouching up a few things. This one was for Happy New Year. Yeah, I try to do some coloring and whatnot. I didn't draw these. I don't have enough artistic abilities, but these are the ones when you first download Procreate. I don't know if they're kind of sort of different now with like the newer updates. I mean, I have the updated version, but the artistic ability of this person that drew this illustration, I'm jealous because I wish I had this sort of artistic ability, but I don't by any means. But I keep them on there because I love looking at them. Yeah, I like using this for like certain diagrams and stuff. I was doing when I was doing my anatomy class, when I was in hair school. That's how long I've used this app. And I graduated in 2019 and I started in 2018. So I've had this app for a few years now. But yeah, it's fun. Another calligraphy type one. yeah, I do a lot of like coloring and whatnot. But I also sometimes play guitar. I haven't played in a few years. Just because I really just haven't had the time to really delve into that. But I used to take guitar lessons. But yeah, I just like doodling and drawing things. That's my main outlet, and it's very therapeutic. It's like stress relieving too. So that's something I really enjoy. But yeah, I don't. Like I said, those were the pictures that, like, when I downloaded the app, those were like the first 2 pictures that were on it, and I just never deleted them because they look really freaking cool. But yeah, and that was like right around when I first started computer lessons, guitar lessons. So definitely wasn't the greatest. But yeah, and my guitar is at my grandparents', so I can't like pull it out and play anything. But I have a lot of videos from a while ago. So I've thought about it. Like I said, lately I haven't really had a whole lot of time between when I was working at the restaurant I was working at. I've been working 60 to 80 hours, and then we were open until 12 a.m. or 1 a.m. depending on the week of the day or the day of the week. We were the last one like open on our stretch. With the exception of, we have a restaurant around here called Denny's. That's usually 24/7, but with COVID they haven't been 24/7. But so for the time being, we were the last one that was open on the stretch, but I closed a lot, not always by choice or being scheduled that way. Just people called out, and then as much as I really didn't want to, or I'd be like the second closer person, so I would be scheduled at like 10, and I mean it's only 2 hours. If we closed at midnight, that I would have to stay. If I was like the last one out, might as well. But I have not. I have been meaning to do that. I've just been preoccupied with baby and dogs and school and life. Where's your crown? You're crazy. But I will. Here. Let me see. Hold on. I want to open a new tab so I don't end up leaving my stream on accident. I'll figure it out. Hold on. I'll figure this out. Give me just a second. My computer just did like a whole system update, which is great, except even like just simple things on my, like just the way they lay things out now, my computer is just a little crazy, a little complicated. Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. That's not what I want. Okay, let's go back to the home page. Now I can spell. I think I found it. Oh, no. That's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted. I clicked on one of your study with me's. I did. I gave up and trying to find it on my channel. I just copied and pasted your username because my computer wants to be dumb. So yeah, but I have yet to check out the app that you, or app website thing that you sent me on Instagram for the video editing and stuff. I've been meaning to. Hey, that's totally fine.
Are you one to learn how to use a...
Is it an app or is it a... I'm curious now. We're going to minimize this for a minute. App Store. OBS. OBS. Do you know? I mean, you might not know, but do you know if it's available for like iMac, like computers, or is it? Because it'd be kind of nice if I could get it on my computer, but I don't. I know not everything is available for like laptops versus. I see a Live Desk Studio, one-click screen recorder Lite, multi-stream studio. I see OBS switcher. That's a thing. Video manual for OBS Studio. Maybe that's what I'm missing. Studio. Pulling up my. Okay. I don't want settings. Go away. Okay. I'm just curious to know like what it looks like because I don't see it on here. I see like the OBS switcher, but curious. I'm looking up my phone now. App search. OBS Studio. go live for OBS Studio. Huh. OBS Studio web stream camera? Okay. Let's see here. OBS Studio. What is their website? It didn't just show up on Google. This one? No, that's not it. OBS project, is that what that is? I think so. I think it's this one. I think I found it. I think. Okay. It's downloading. Get there. Oh. That might take a minute. Sounds good. Oh, let's see. Okay. I'm back. I had to use the little girl's room. Why does this keep doing this? Fantastic. iPad's just being a little ding dong right now. Okay, dip. Put that there. I'm curious. I sure will, because I got everything downloaded, so that's good. So yeah, I got everything downloaded, so I'll have to kind of toy around with it and see. Just toy with the year. Definitely, yes. Let me see here. Just a second here. There. Okay. Copy. My phone is somewhere around here. Are you sitting on my phone? Or did I maybe I left it in? Oh, it's right there, hiding underneath the blanket. Because I'm smart. Alright. Go back to my fancy app here. Let's go to 40 minutes again. 30 minutes. However long you would like. Yeah, I gotta come up with themes for stuff, and all my brain lately thinks about is like baby stuff, and I don't want to think about baby stuff anymore. Alrighty, 40 minutes, and we're gonna start now. Okay, break time. And I know it is, don't fall, going on 2 o'clock in the afternoon here. So I think it's time for some lunch. Which means I have to get off because I have to go to the place to get some lunch. But I plan on being back on in a little bit. I'm going to get some lunch and toy around with the OBS stuff and see what I can come up with. So yeah, I'm gonna watch that video that you sent me on the introduction stuff on that, and yeah, I am starving. I haven't eaten since probably 4 o'clock yesterday, honestly, because we went bowling and then visited his mom for a little bit since he had to go pick up some mail that somehow got mailed down there instead of here. And then when we got back home, we both passed out, and then we woke up for probably 20 minutes. And I'm not going to cook dinner at 10 o'clock at night. So I was going to make some toast this morning, and that didn't happen because someone ate all the bread on me. But it's okay. I did have some Cheetos at 3 this morning, but it's not the same. So I'm going to go get some food and stuff my face because I am starving. And I will be back on in probably a couple hours. If you want to pop on, that's cool. I know it's probably getting kind of late where you are. The last time you mentioned a time frame, which was probably 3 hours ago now, was 9 or something. So I will see you in a bit. I'm going to put the dogs in the crate, and I'll be back on probably a couple hours. So, bye.